Counselor Pelham. And Counselor Holloway.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A to discuss and consider business contracts and personnel matters, including board and commission appointments, the assignment and performance of specific appointee and employees of City Council, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby 4A, for the protection of the privacy of individuals, personal matters not related to public business.
I make a
That's all.
motion to,
All right.
I make a motion to
Counselor
go.
Holloway moved it. Is there a
So
second?
A second.
All right, seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
yes.
Motion passes.
All right.
Counselor Harris?
He's coming now.
Okay, okay. Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore? Yes. Counselor Denton? Counselor Denton? Here.
Here. What, no problem?
No,
We're
we're
coming
coming
out
out.
of
Motion is
closed
to come out of closed
Yes.
session.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Certification, please.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712, Section D, where only public matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Roll call.
Yes, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve Mr. Philip Hughes to the Downtown Design Review Committee and Counselors Joyner, Harris, Pelham, and Holloway to the Community Development and Block Grant Committee?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay. Motion's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
And Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. At this time, we will move into our work session. Dr. Manker.
Today we have a work session by Mr. Ward, the Planning and Development Director, conditional use property for address 101 South Main Street. Mr. Ward, you ready?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, new members. Tonight's work session is in regards to a conditional use permit application that was submitted by JRT Virginia Properties LLC for 101 South Main Street. You may know of this property as the former Hopewell Marine Building. It's down at the corner of South Main and City Point. Again, the applicant is JRT Virginia Properties LLC. They are affiliated with JD Lewis out of Richmond. It's a development company out of Richmond. The project is located in Ward 2. The building itself was constructed in 1916. It's a two-story brick construction, approximately 16,000 square feet. It's located within one of the city's historic districts, so it does qualify for state and federal historic tax credits. The applicant actually has two parts to the conditional use permit application. The first part is seeking the conditional use to have ground floor apartments in the property. And the second request is to have apartments smaller on average than 900 square feet on both the second and subsequent floors. In this case, this building is only 2 stories. In the presentation, I have a little table here as well. It gives you the square footage of each unit as they have it planned today. The average on the second floor would be 651 square feet. The average on the first floor would be 717. In addition to the 19 apartments, the project includes a commercial space there on the corner at the intersection of West City Point and South Main Street. And then the 3 units, I'll back up so you can see them. The 3 units on that will be facing South Main Street are going to be marketed as what they call a live-work apartment. So they're going to be designed so that the front space is going to look like commercial space. So someone who, say, may operate a business out of their home could, say, operate out of the front there, but it actually is a livable apartment. It's pretty unique solution to the issue there. These apartments are market rate, and they will have high-end modern finishes such as granite countertops and stainless steel appliances. The property is zoned B1. Our B1 district does not require any off-street parking. However, this particular property does have off-street parking. So there will be, there are currently 4 on-street spaces that are marked on South Main. There's a potential to have 6 actually marked on City Point that are not marked today, but they could be. And then they will have between 12 and 15 off-street marked spaces there where currently boats are parked. With conditional use permits, we have 7 considerations that we must entertain when looking at the application. For the sake of having some new folks on council, I will go through each of these 7. Number 1, will the proposed conditional use be in compliance with all regulations of the applicable zoning district? Staff answers yes. Will the proposed conditional use endanger the public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare? No. Will the proposed conditional use be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity? No. Will the proposed conditional use conform to the character of the neighborhood within the same zoning district in which it's located? We answered that as yes. Will the exterior architectural appeal and functional plan of any proposed structure be at variance with the exterior architectural appeal and functional plan of the structures already constructed in the immediate neighborhood? And staff answers no. Does the public interest and welfare supporting the proposed conditional use sufficiently outweigh the individual interests which are adversely affected by the establishment of the proposed use? And we say yes. And finally, will the proposed use result in the destruction, loss, or damage of any feature determined to be of significant ecological, scenic, or historic importance? The answer to that is actually an emphatic no, because they will be utilizing historic tax credits in this project, and the State Department of Historic Resources will be overseeing all exterior improvements to the building. So it will be in compliance with the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation. Staff supports the application for the following reasons. Number 1, the proposed end use of the building in question meets the land use category designation outlined in the comp plan, and staff finds that the applicant has proven that this application meets criteria 1 through 7. Staff did not propose any additional conditions on this approval. Similarly, Planning Commission supports recommending the approval of this application for the same reasons. At the Planning Commission public hearing, we did have 4 speakers who expressed support for the application. There were no speakers against, and my department has not received any public comment outside of those 4 speakers. Similarly, Planning Commission did not propose any additional conditions on the approval. Tonight's just a work session presentation for your information, so we're not asking for any action at this time, but I am available for any questions if you all have any. Unfortunately, the applicant is not here this evening. He had a conflict out of town, but he will be present for the public hearing, which we are tentatively scheduled for the 24th.
All right. Before I start calling on counselors, Mr. Reynolds, did you have anything that you wanted to present from the Planning Commission's perspective?
No, not really.
Okay.
One thing not noted here, I think was on another slide, it was a unanimous decision.
Okay.
The planning commission.
Okay.
Who was,
A unanimous.
4-0.
Yeah. Okay. The first person that I have is Counselor Denton.
Yes, I'd like to ask, are we deviating, from having, I know there's the apartments across the street where the registrar's office is. It's retail downstairs. Mixed use is normally retail downstairs, apartments on the 2nd floor. this is going against what we are thinking about mixed use. Retail downstairs with apartments above?
I would argue that mixed use does not have to be explicitly no apartments on ground floor. It can include living on a ground floor. Mixed use just means a mix of retail or commercial uses with residential. We have situation, I'm familiar with the property at 106 North Main where I think there was a request for apartments on the ground floor. But there was some opposition to that from some of the neighboring property owners. These same neighboring property owners were notified about this and did not come out, or at least to date have not come out against this application. I believe that the ground floor, that J.D. Lewis has come up with a really good solution to that question of should ground floor apartments be permitted, and that is with those 3 live-work units that are going to be on South Main. They're going to look like commercial spaces, but they will be residential. I think that's in full compliance with the idea of mixed use, and I don't think it'll detract from the neighborhood at all.
Okay, thank you. One other question. 19 apartments in a 16,000 square foot building seems like an awful lot. You know I'm big on square footage.
Yes.
So it sounds very tiny to me that you can put 19 apartments in that building. And that concerns me somewhat. Is that in conformance with other plans that we have done?
Based on, when we look at the regional apartment market, these apartment sizes, and I'm going to go back to the little table here that shows the range of the sizes. These are right in line with the types of market rate apartments that are being made available, particularly in historic buildings that are being rehabbed. You know, you do have limitations when you're working with rehabbing a historic building, especially if you're doing a tax credit project, because DHR will be intimately involved in what you can do both on the inside and the outside. So things like columns, walls, original walls, things like that. In most cases, those things have to remain in place. So they have to design around them. In terms of the apartment size, I don't see where it deviates from what I'm seeing in other similar type projects in other localities, especially for market rate. The project does include, I think, a good wide variety of sizes. The largest one is over 1,000, just a little bit over 1,000 square feet.
One of them.
One of them, yes, ma'am. I don't particularly have a problem with it personally. I don't.
Are
But-
these all one, there are a couple that are 2 bedrooms or just one? Are there any 2 bedrooms?
Yes, there are.
Just one.
I thought I read where there were 2. I'm not sure.
You're correct. There are 15 one-bedroom, one-bath apartments,
15 one bath.
1 bedroom.
1 bedroom, 1 bath, 1 2-bedroom, 2-bath, the 3 live-work units, and then the 1 commercial space.
Work.
The 3 live-work units, which will be
Yeah,
on
so-
this facing
So
South
you've
Main.
got 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and less than 1,000 square feet.
15 one-bedroom, 1-bath, 1 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and then the 3 live-work units.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, they are on the smaller side. This particular applicant is, since I've, I guess within the last 2 years, is probably the 3rd or 4th developer who has come to our office trying to make a project out of this building. all the applicants before this one, which they never even got to the point where they submitted conditional use permit applications, were 100% residential and were units of similar size and distribution. The development department pushed back on those concepts because we were adamant that we would like to have some commercial space in this building, if at all possible. And these other prior developers just said the numbers wouldn't work. J.D. Lewis, they stuck with it. They came up with what they think is a solution, and that is with that commercial space. It is small, but it'll be functional. And in order to make all of it work, these are the numbers they've come up with. I'm comfortable with them. I understand why you may not be, but to me, they make sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, for New
okay.
York.
All right, and since the developer is out of town, would there be an on-site management of these apartments?
I have not discussed that with them, so I can't answer that, but I'll make sure I ask him, and he will be here for the public hearing on the 24th.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's it.
Okay. Next is Counselor Pelham and then Counselor Joyner.
And, so these are family units. Would children be allowed to, I mean, will it be like a family with children, one bedroom, can you,
Nope, because by statute, it only be two per.
how does that work? Can children live in these one bedroom apartments? Will this be all with no children?
We haven't talked about any situation like that. There's not, my understanding is they can't prohibit children.
So you got one
yes,
bedroom,
they
where
can.
the children going?
That's likely not going to be an apartment that appeals to a family, I would imagine.
Well, I know not appeal, but people can make things work. I don't know.
No, that's what she,
But you can't advertise legally that you can't have any children. Can you have
I
apartments
think
like,
that's a fair housing violation.
is it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And this building I know is old, but before they do the finishing, so will someone, how do y'all check the pipes to make sure that they're up to date and all that type of thing? Does
So-
somebody inspect that, right?
It's through the building permit process.
Okay, so that,
Yes, our inspectors will be checking all that.
and do you know which way they use their data to determine if there's a greater need for this type of apartment down, in this area? But that's up to them, right, to market. They feel like they can,
Right. J.D. Lewis has a comfort level with this project that they think they will have no problem leasing these up in no time. It's going to be a product that's not very common here in Hopewell.
all right.
It's going to be basically like loft living, which is prevalent in places like Richmond and even in Petersburg, but we don't really have here. So they feel like it's going to be a unique product that'll be quite desirable, and they're confident they will have no problem leasing these out.
And you know what the range, yeah.
I don't know on the prices yet, and I'm sure Mr. O'Leary could give you a range, or will give you a range when he presents at the public hearing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Counselor Joyner?
Yes, I really don't have any questions, but I did have a comment. I was one of the 4 speakers that spoke in support of this particular development. This is a very iconic building in our downtown. It is a building, as Mr. Ward indicated, that we've had some difficulty trying to find the right developer for this. To have this particular developer in our downtown is incredible. This developer has an extraordinary reputation throughout Richmond and really throughout the Commonwealth. I'm sure that when they do the public hearing, Mr. O'Leary will hope that he'll bring some examples of some of the work that they've done in Richmond and elsewhere. They've done some work in Charlottesville. if they do well here, this will be big for the city long-term, because they are the kind of developer that we need here, that we've had difficulty attracting. And as far as, I know some of the sizes of these apartments may seem small, but I think for the entrepreneurs and for the younger generation, it really appeals to the newest generation. Is it Gen Z? But I don't know what the moniker is for that, but I do think that we will attract some young people with this, and specifically with regard to the work and living concepts. I think there are many people that work from home now that are entrepreneurs. I think they'll gravitate to something like this, and those work-live spaces, I think, are going to be very critical for making it look like, and they will look like they are retail or commercial spaces down below, but behind there'll be a living space. I just think it's terrific. This building is going to look like you haven't seen it look before. I mean, the windows that have been blocked out now, that are bricked up, those will all be opened up. It's going to change the aesthetic of downtown, particularly on that end, and really will be a way to bring that end of downtown, bring some energy to it. So I just wanted to state that those are my thoughts.
Okay. I saw another light, so city attorney, manager, Counselor Harris or Counselor Gore. Did one of you guys?
I did.
You did? Okay, Mr. Harris.
Just one question.
Yes, sir.
Has there been any thoughts about the railroad tracks negatively impacting what you're trying to establish here?
We did have some conversations with with Mr. O'Leary, who's the representative from J.D. Lewis, about that. That's a concern. The tracks do run right alongside the building, but he's going to do. There's going to be some screening put up to visually separate the space from the track, and they are looking into some. I guess it would be high efficiency, low impact noise type windows for that side of the building. You're not going to be able to eliminate all noise, but they could minimize it. The good side is, or one of the good things is, the trains that move through there go pretty slow. They're not flying through there. So, yes, there will be noise, but they are looking into mitigation efforts to minimize that on the residents. And again, Mr. O'Leary will be here on the 24th, and he can add to that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions, Mr. Ward? Okay.
Thank you.
Hearing none, we're going to continue to move on. All right, we are moving into now our regular meeting. Madam Clerk, will you please do the roll call?
Counselor Joyner,
Here,
Counselor Harris,
Here.
Mayor Pardon,
Here.
Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Went to the restroom.
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
and Counselor Holloway.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda? Counselor Gore?
I don't have a motion to adopt the agenda. I have a request to pull C7 and place it as R2. With just at a work session.
C7?
You said C7?
C7, which is the
Ordinance on second.
Ordinances on a work session. Okay.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is, so you just want to do that when we do the consent agenda?
I can.
Okay. For just the regular meeting agenda, is there a motion to adopt or amend?
You said for what now?
For the regular meeting.
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Okay. A motion is on the floor is to adopt the regular meeting agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion's been made by Counselor Holloway and second by Counselor Pelham. Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. And don't worry, that's not the only thing that's out of order. I forgot to do prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Tucker, do you mind doing our prayer? And then Counselor Gore, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Shall we all bow our heads? Most gracious Heavenly Father, we praise you and we thank you, dear Lord, for your abiding presence over the city of Hopewell. We thank you, dear Lord, for our leaders who have accepted the challenge, O Lord, of government and leadership. Give them the courage, Lord, the love that they need, and the faith in government, O Lord, to do the work. Dear Lord, we pray for our law enforcement officials, and we pray for the families whose lives have been impacted, Lord, by violence and crime. Our prayer, Lord, is that you will continue to help us to work together with the spirit of unity so that the works of our hands will bring glory into your name. We praise you and we thank you in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, now we have, the motion on the floor right now is to move item C7 and to hold a work session on it.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion's been made by Counselor Gore and seconded by Counselor Holloway. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Pardon,
No.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Gore. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Moving on along for information presentations. First one that we have is our community crime update. Chief Stark. And just as a reminder, we're doing our time limit on 10 minutes for the presentation. So whenever you're ready.
All right, Mayor Parton, members of council, good evening. As we begin the first meeting of briefing council and our citizens on our crime summary update, I wanted to start by taking a snapshot, taking a look at what we dealt with in 2022. So to begin, as we look at the chart that we have within violent crime, homicides, rape, and aggravated assaults are counted by number of victims, and those are the numbers in red. All other crimes, the robberies and all property crimes, are counted by the number of incidents, and those are the numbers in blue. So if we take a look at our 5-year average, and we look at property crimes in comparison to violent crime, we will notice that in 2018, there were 86% property crime in comparison to 14% violent crime. In 2019, there were 87% property crime in comparison to 13% violent crime. In 2020, we saw 85% property crime in comparison to 15% violent crime. In 2021, there was 86% property crime in comparison to 14% violent crime. And then in the past year, we had 79% property crime in comparison to 21% violent crime. So as we all know, we did experience an uptick in violent crime in 2022 in comparison to the 5-year average. As we take a look at the next chart, I'd like for us to take a look at the shots fired by year and incident type. These are all counts of incidents, not victims. So as we take a look from 2020 to 2021, there was a 6% increase in shot fired incidents. And then from 21 to 22, there has been a 7.3% increase in shots fired. And I think we all knew that coming into tonight's meeting, that there's been an uptick we've experienced in shots fired. Now I'd like for us to take a look by streets. The streets with the most shooting incidents are not broken down by 100 block, so longer streets have a higher chance of having more incidents. That having been said, many of the top streets actually aren't that long, so those high number of incidents are occurring on streets that aren't the longest in the city. And as you look at the chart, you'll see for Cloverdale, we had 7 shooting incidents, Sunnyside 6, Stewart Avenue 5, Arlington Road 5, Western Street 4, Berry Street 4, Granby Street 4, and so on and so forth. At this time, I would like to ask council if you have any questions.
Okay. Council, are there anyone that has any questions for the chief on the community update? Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief. Moving on to the next presentation is Mr. Terry with the finance report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Attorney. I have provided in your packet the financial report, and I would like to stress 3 priority items I think is important for me to present to you out of the report to bring everybody up to speed. 1, and I will go into details in a moment, but the 3 are the 2019 audit status, the APA distress report, and the process of receiving external specialist help, and lastly, the budget process for fiscal year 24. Regarding the audit process, both city and schools have completed their documentation and turned that over to the auditor, and the auditor has indicated it's in his hands. He has made it a priority to work with the city to complete the audit report. So I'd like to move into the APA distress survey. For the new members on council, APA performed a distress assessment and issued a report. The process is necessary in order to have access to state funds for assistance for distress localities. So I'll walk you through the first process. The first step of this really requires that APA made recommendations in which they felt was necessary, that we would need to have specialists that would be able to help us actually get prepared to complete all of our audits and get caught up. The next step in the process is that, and it's by law, that the governor and the money committees are required to approve a plan for us to have access to the appropriations. And those money committees consist of joint legislators, the House and the Senate. Once that is done, then we're waiting to hear of the approval, and then someone from the governor's administration will contact the city and let us know that we've been appropriated those funds, and as well as selecting the specialists that will be helping us. For the FY24 budget process, for many of you, you do know that we started the process in December, which was really good, and that was the operating budget, and that has been going forward. And a part of that included the departments getting guidance in terms of what they could submit for FY24. And the guidance is basic. You start out with your baseline FY23. If you have anything that you would like to have above that, you would need to justify that in your submissions. So departments have been submitting their information. Today, we also, through the city manager, issued the CIP to those individuals that would have a desire with an expectation for the CIP, and the CIP is the Capital Improvement Program or projects, with the expectation of getting that at the end of the month. And then what we will do at that point is compile all of the data, the operating budget and the capital improvement budget, put all that together and draft a calendar for the city manager's approval, and of course for the city manager to present that to you all for approval, and that will start the process going forward in February until the process is completed. And that concludes my report.
All right. Is there any questions from anyone on city council? Councilor Joyner.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Terry. I just had a question with regard to the schedule of completions of the annual comprehensive audits. Is this an up-to-date schedule, the one that you provided in your in this pass out? It lists some completion dates that I just needed to make sure I was understanding. So is 2019 complete?
Yes, we have completed all the information that we needed to give to
All right, so
auditors.
2019 is complete.
Yes, ma'am.
And
It's
I
in
guess
their
my
hands.
question here, with regard to the next cycle, fiscal year 1920, you've estimated a completion date of 3/31/23. And I'm wondering, is that really realistic? Could you tell me how long it took you to complete 2019?
Yes, ma'am. I think what I can do is to put it in perspective. That schedule of timing for 20 and 21 was prepared and agreed upon by all staff, including schools, in terms of what we felt at the time for the prior quarter we could make it happen. You weren't on council, but we also had put in, and we've been doing it, I guess, since maybe July, September, and August. I didn't put it in here. When we presented it as a team, saying this is what we felt like we want to do, we did three things. We indicated we were considering operations, we were considering things like budget development,
Right.
and we were considering that we also thought we would definitely need on 20 and 21 some help, some additional staff support. So that was done back in the prior quarter that we just have gotten out of. We finished 19, and we right after Christmas haven't had an opportunity to get back with the entire team. And when I say team, all departments, all agencies, schools, the attorney, that kind of thing, to see whether or not, how we're going to now adjust with what we know.
Sure.
But the good news is that we did not know where help was going to come from, but it looks like help is going to come.
Right.
So that will help us.
Okay.
Also, I can also add to you that what we did do this time that was different than we've ever done before is when we met with everyone, I mean everyone, including the former IT director or the IT director, we met with everyone. And we told them, now that you know what is required of you for 19, until I tell you there's a change in accounting principles, go ahead on and start on 20. Go ahead on and start on 21. Go ahead on and start on 22. Even the attorney has moved forward to do 20. So we're hoping now that I have a majority of people participating in it, that we'll have additional information more ready, but we still need the help to get the detail done.
Right.
And we're looking for that from state.
Okay. So what you're saying, these numbers right here may change then.
They will change.
But you're confident that with the help that is coming from the state, that you'll be able to hopefully make these completion dates.
Once once we get that confirmation, we're going
Okay.
to have to revisit those
Okay.
dates,
Okay.
come back to you and let you all know.
Okay, all right. Some of the questions that I have may not be as relevant, given the fact that we do have people coming in. But just on average, with regard to your staff, how many man-hours or, in terms of percent of your labor force has been involved in audit functions versus just regular, everyday, what percentage breakdown have you been, how have you been breaking that out?
I don't know how to put it in percentage, but I know how to put it in process, because my
Okay.
life is post-implementation
Okay,
and consulting. And what we do what's first, operations and citizens and clients.
okay,
And I assign in my departments, everybody has a client, whether it's an internal client, council members, directors, or whatever. We do that first. And then, as far as the audit goes, we pretty much have an idea of what we have to do, so we block off time to get that done by a particular area.
Okay.
Whether it's payables or whatever. So it has to be orchestrated and it has to be worked through, but we make sure that we get operations done first. Any priority, anything like that, emergency things that come up, we handle that first.
so really audits kind of takes second stage, if you will, behind that. So I understand that. I know that there has been some conversation with the state. Do you have an idea when they may be coming?
No, ma'am, I really do not.
You do not?
I think what I would like to say would, if I didn't make it clear, because I've understood that there's been a few conversations brought to me that I had to clarify, that the APA is coming. APA is not coming. That's not their role. Their function, they're independent. Their function is complete. They did the assessment. We needed their assessment to have access to the appropriation. So once the governor and the money committees, that hopefully they are going to agree to a plan and sign off on it, it's from there that we will
Okay.
start to run.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there anyone else on city council that has any questions? Okay, seeing no lights, thank you, Mr. Terry.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to communications from citizens. At this time, we didn't have anyone sign up. Is there anyone that would like to speak during communication from citizens? Yes, ma'am. Yes, and while she's coming up, Madam Clerk, do you mind just reading the statement on the agenda?
A communication from citizens, period, is limited in total time to 30 minutes and is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing the council shall approach the microphone, give their name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit their comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in the council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of the council as appropriated in rules 405 and 406 of the city council rules.
Susan Day, Ward 5. I watched the meeting online about Operation Ceasefire.
Can you speak to the mic, ma'am? I can't hear you.
I haven't heard anything,
Can you speak
though,
into the mic? Yeah, thank you.
about the Operation Bold Blue Line, which I feel like there are some things in that at this time our community would greatly benefit from, and I haven't heard any discussion about that from any city official at all, really. So I'm just kind of wondering, why that isn't something that Hopewell is looking into, and, the benefits that we may get from that, for help for our police department and with the crime that's going on. Operation Ceasefire seems like it's something that's going to kind of be an evolving, ongoing thing, not something that's, you know, an immediate deterrent to the shooting that's going on in Hopewell almost daily and the murders that are going on in Hopewell. I was very upset hearing, you know, Delegate Conyer stand up here and say repeatedly that she didn't want anybody in Hopewell going to jail. She didn't want nobody going to jail. And I'm thinking, I want the killer of an 8-year-old to go to jail. I want the killer of a 14-year-old to go to jail. I want the murderer of a mother who was protecting her child, I want them to go to jail. I support our police department. I don't support the comment, we can't arrest our way out of this, because we're being constantly told this is a small amount of people. This is a handful of people. Well, if that's the case, then why can't we arrest our way out of it? Because that's what the police force does. If what they plan on doing is not arresting these people, if that's not the thing, then what do the police do now? What is the police's role in this if it's not to try to arrest us out of this? Because if some of these people start losing their peers, if some of them start disappearing because they're going to prison, then it does start to break down this system of people that you have that are doing this. And it does start to send a message. If you play certain games, you're going to win bad prizes. I think it's horrible that a 17-year-old lost his life last night because we are still trying to find projects that are going to help change these kids' directions in their life. That's great. And there's a group of people out there that haven't gotten to this place in their criminal behavior yet that is going to benefit greatly. These people are not the ones. These people that are out there shooting people and don't care if a child gets caught in the crossfire are predators. And they need to be dealt with differently. They don't need to be called in and talked to and, you know, hey, we're going to do all this for you if you stop shooting. If I was a shooter and somebody said you can either go to jail or you can stop what you're doing and we're going to do all this help for you, guess what I'm going to say? I'm going to be a good person. I'm not doing any of this bad stuff anymore. I'll do whatever you tell me to do because you don't want to go to jail. But that's not going to stop that person from going right back out and killing someone. And we need help right now. We need traffic stops where people are being caught that have felony warrants. Some of them not even from Hopewell, that are coming in Hopewell to do things like what happened last night. We need
Ms. Day, you have 15 seconds.
People need to be punished for what they're doing so they know this is not the direction to go. And I'd really love to hear where our city stands on Bold Blue Line. Where are we at on that? I know that back in November that the delegate came to the city council and talked to all of you about Operation Ceasefire. So you knew back in November and nothing was done.
Ms.
And
Day, you're out of time. All right. Moving on along, and we will address some of those concerns up here real shortly with, what do you call it, R1, our discussion with the police chief. Moving on to unfinished business, we have UB1, the appointment of vice mayor in accordance with Chapter 4, Section 4A of the city charter. At this time, the floor is open to nominations. Councilor Holloway.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Councilor Gore as vice mayor.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. The nomination has been made forward by Councilor Holloway and seconded by Councilor Pelham. Are there any other nominations? Okay. Seeing no lights, the floor is now closed. Madam City Attorney, will you please do the roll call?
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All
Motion
right.
passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Counselor Holloway.
Moving on to UB2, establishment of the city council regular meeting dates for 2023. Is there a motion to approve our regular meeting dates for 2023?
I make the motion. So move.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Holloway. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any discussion? Counselor Denton.
When is Martin Luther King holiday? Is that the 25th?
Tomorrow.
I believe that's next
16th.
Monday.
It's next Monday then.
Coming up
Correct.
Monday.
I knew it was normally around the 20th, so I didn't know if our meeting would conflict with that or not.
No,
it's
it's
on
the,
Monday.
yeah,
It's the
it'll be,
week after.
correct.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Moving on to UB3. Is there a motion to approve the resolution regarding adverse weather on emergency conditions?
So moved.
All right. Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
sorry, Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Moving on to regular business. Chief Stark?
Again, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Gore, and members of council. Right now, I would like to just take a moment to say that I was hoping tonight that I could share some of our ideas and how we plan to move forward in 2023 and hopefully address some of the concerns from citizens. But also in doing that, I really want to continue to hear from citizens because I believe that it's important that we have that transparency and conversation. You know, last night, we had a 17-year-old that lost their life here in the city in a shooting. But what I would tell you, that's a very negative event, very discouraging to hear this early in the year that we already have had a homicide. But if there's anything positive that can come out of it was the amount of phone calls that we received while responding to that crime. Citizens really started to make phone calls and give tips. And those tips led to our responding officers able to identify a vehicle, and that vehicle had a suspect. And it continued throughout the night, but it led to an early morning confession and recovery of the weapon that was used in that crime. So I'm very hopeful and encouraged by that because that was great feedback from our citizens. When we talk about 2023 and how we plan to move forward, council has already made a commitment with the investment in technology. That technology will also give us the ability to get leads and tips that we did not have available to us in 2022. You know, when we think about someone having a vehicle registered to them and they possibly having warrants in their name, technology will let us know where the vehicles are and the fact that there's a wanted person. And that gives the police the ability to start to track. When we have a shooting like we had last night, had we not had the tips that we received, it would give us the ability that if someone said it was a certain type car, we could use that information. Also, I have already had meetings with our city attorney. And the reason I've met with the city attorney is to look at our pursuit policy. When I look at our neighboring jurisdictions and their pursuit policy, their officers have a little more latitude than what we have here in Hopewell. So I've reached out to the city attorney with some ideas of how I would like to revise our pursuit policy going forward. But in doing that, we've identified that there is some training that we need for our officers to attend. and also to make sure that training is properly documented. And that's what we're in the process of doing now. Because I do believe with the technology, it's going to bring a lot of things to the forefront, information that we currently don't have available, such as stolen vehicles. We'll be able to identify those vehicles. Also in 2023, we want to light up Hopewell, and I call it the Patrol Shift Blitz. That is something that we really want to put emphasis on. I heard someone say a little while ago, traffic stops, more traffic stops. But we want to put more emphasis on traffic stops here in Hopewell and concentrating on areas here in the city where, with the officers that we do have, focusing and moving throughout the city and taking those groups of officers into those concentrated areas to light up Hopewell and making sure that we're doing it legally the way it's supposed to be. Partnerships with probation and parole, we call those curfew checks. Each week, we receive a list from probation and parole of individuals that are on probation that have certain guidelines, whether they have to be in the house by a certain time. And as police, we have the ability to use that list to go by and do curfew checks and then report our findings back to probation and parole. And if we find that there are individuals that are already on probation and they're not following the guidelines of their probation, then probation and parole can violate them and incarcerate them. So we want to maintain that strong partnership. We talk about our street crimes unit, and I've shared that we have a sergeant and a detective currently assigned, but we also have a commitment from state police, and they have assigned plainclothes agents to work with our detectives in that street crimes unit. And we really want to put a focus on guns, gangs, and narcotics in 2023 with our street crimes unit. When we started in 2022, for the better part of the year, we did not have that unit. When I came to Hopewell, we didn't have a street crimes unit. So that is something we have recently implemented, and we're looking to go full force with that unit. DMV grant. We have a grant that we have obtained from DMV. It's called Click It or Ticket. And with that, the way that grant works, it allows us to put officers on the street, and that overtime is paid through the grant. And it's click it or ticket. If individuals are not wearing their seatbelts, if they're speeding violations, that is funded through the grant that we have obtained through DMV. So we will be exercising that grant through this year. We have strong partnerships with the U.S. Marshals and Virginia State Police 1B Task Force. We have a detective assigned to the Marshal's office, and we have a detective assigned to the Virginia State 1B Task Force. What that does for us, it gives us the ability to bring that task force into the city to help us with our problem areas. And that is something we really want to focus on in 2023. Last year, we did a number of command walks, and we plan to continue those this year. The command walks is our attempt to continue to foster trust and establish relationships in the community by getting out and meeting people where they are. This year, we hope to maybe expand. A lot of times when we had those community walks, there were very few citizens that came out to participate. There are a couple here tonight that participated quite regularly with us, but it was always the same people over and over. So this year in 2023, now that we have the Hopewell Police Foundation, we're hoping that there will be times that we can have hamburgers and hot dogs, and we can go into the communities and advertise beforehand and hopefully draw people out of their houses to come out so we can kind of have a chat and chew. In other words, come out and get a hot dog, and the police will be present, and we can have conversations and talk and do that in various communities throughout Hopewell. We still have our intervention program, the Good to Great program, that we have already graduated 2 classes of teens, but this year we want to expand, and we're looking for partnerships in the community with business owners, with the idea that it's one thing to get them across the stage to say they graduated the program, but we think it's an opportunity that if we have business owners and civic groups to stand with us in partnership, that just maybe we can start to place them throughout the city in different jobs. That would be a structured environment to get them off the street. It would give them a place to plug in and belong, and hopefully give some guidance to encourage the teens and not just have them do an intercession when they're out of school, out there walking the streets. Sure, they're good to great graduate, but now that they've graduated, they're just out and about, hoping to plug them in with business owners. And we see this as an opportunity to just really strengthen partnerships with businesses that are here in Hopewell to get these kids off the street. Last year, we had a Citizens Academy. What a Citizens Academy does, it brings community members into the department. It's a 8-week program that we hold. Each week, there are different classes that are taught to the citizens. Mayor, I believe you went through the very first Citizens Academy we had last year. We're looking to do more of those Citizens Academy this year, and the reason why is because it's about educating our community on how we do things and why we do what we do as a police department, hoping that those citizens that attend the academy can go back into the community and explain, here's why the police do this, here's why they respond the way they do, and they put limited information in a media release. Hopefully, people who have gone through that Citizen Academy can help us with educating the community. So I have a list of initiatives that we are working on for 2023. But again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, as I've said, to all of you here on City Council, I also want to hear from the community. Traffic checkpoints. We didn't do a single traffic checkpoint last year in 2022. That is on my shoulders. When I came into the department, I asked the question, when was the last time we did a checkpoint here in Hopewell? And I was told there's been several years since we've done a checkpoint. So in partnership with Virginia State Police, it is our goal to do more checkpoints, DUI checkpoints throughout the city. But we have to do that in coordination with Virginia State Police for the manpower and the resources that they also bring to the table to help us. But we believe, along with the technology that City Council has invested in and doing more of these checkpoints, it's proactive policing. And I say light up Hopewell, but again, when I say that, I say it in a positive way, that we want the citizens to see our police cars moving throughout the city, and we want the citizens to see us working. But in doing that, we also want what happened last night. We want community feedback. We want our citizens to trust and understand that when you pick up the phone, you see something, say something, that is what helps us to get results like we did early this morning with making those arrests for that homicide. So I would pause there, and I will take any questions that anyone may have for me.
Okay. Are there any questions or discussion ideas that a member of council would like to present? Councilor Joyner, and then Councilor Pelham, and then Councilor Gore.
Yes, Chief Stark, thank you so much. For those of you in the audience this evening, this morning, the incoming counselors and Dr. Manker did meet with Chief Stark, and we talked about some of the things. I wonder, Chief Stark, if you could address the citizens' question about the bold blue line, because we did talk about that this morning, and bring some clarity, because there is confusion, and I think everybody was confused, and
Yes.
I think everybody needs to know what the deal is.
Thank you, Councilor Joyner, including myself when it comes to that confusion. But I would tell you, after our meeting this morning, I even went back to look into my emails, and I came across an email that was dated October 18th. And that's because on October 17th, I personally drove to Norfolk, to the library in downtown Norfolk, to be there when Governor Youngkin made his announcement about the bold blue line. What I found when I arrived in Norfolk was a large conference room, and around those tables, there were seats that had name tags, and had name tags of various police chiefs throughout the state from 12 cities, but also name tags for the city managers as well for those cities. And it was 12 cities that were already identified, and they had a place at the table. I would tell you that Hopewell did not have a seat at the table. And at that particular meeting, I stood in the corner and observed, because there was nowhere designated for Chief Stark or the city of Hopewell at the table. At the time, I'm still raising my eyebrow during the course of the meeting, trying to figure out what's going on here. I received an invitation to be here, and I see, Chief Christian from Petersburg, and I see, the chief from Richmond and all the other chiefs from the 12 cities and their city managers that are there with them. But it was really awkward. So that was the 17th of October. On the 18th of October, I sent an email to Governor Youngkin's staff. And I thank them for the invitation to the meeting, but I did explain how uncomfortable it was to be there and feel like you weren't expecting me or you didn't have a seat for us at the table. And that's what started conversations. And eventually I ended up talking to Secretary of Homeland Security, Bob Moser. And through those conversations, Secretary Moser assured me that Hopewell had a seat at the table in the future and that we would be considered. What I didn't realize at that time is that it seemed that those 12 cities had already been identified prior to that meeting. And that's why when they arrived for that news conference, they had a seat at the table. The table was prepared for them. So we have had direct communications with the governor's office. We've heard from Delegate Corner that has been here. But when, we talk about the Bold Blue Line, that was an initiative that those 12 cities had already been identified, prior to that meeting. And I was there for the meeting, but again, we were not invited, or we were invited, but we didn't have a designated seat. And since then, as I know, members of council have had direct communications, and I believe that they are working to make sure that Hopewell is included. But I just want to kind of give that as an explanation as to how we got here. There was a lot of confusion on the front end, and it did seem that those cities had already been identified for that announcement. Does that answer your
I
question?
think
ma'am?
so. I wanted to make sure we addressed the citizen comment, and clearly, there's this group of people that's been identified. Right now, we are not a part of the Bold Blue Line initiative. If people attended the Thursday's special meeting, there was a reference. I think someone, maybe with the Attorney General's office, suggested that perhaps they could, and this was just a suggestion. This was just sort of an afterthought. Maybe they could add another one, maybe they could look at that, particularly considering that we will be the first community in the Commonwealth to have in place the Operation Ceasefire. We will be the first locality to implement that. Now, I think there's confusion there. That particular initiative is part of the Bold Blue Line, the total thing. It's just one piece of it. So I think it's important for citizens to understand what's going on. It is confusing. It is very confusing. And I agree that it would be great if we were part of the Bold Blue Line. And I believe that there will be some communications in the next few days to see what we can do to perhaps, allow us to be fully participating in that program. But at this point in time, we are not fully participating in that. So that kind of sets the record straight. I think people need to know that.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was not our choice.
No, it was not our
That's
choice. It's not
important.
something like we declined that. We did
Right.
not decline that.
That's-
It was just, this was an announcement, and the governor's office picked 12 localities, and it was based upon the crime stats I believe they were probably looking at the year before, but this was not something that the city declined.
Right.
So, anyway.
All right.
Thank you.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes. Chief, thank you for the work that you're doing, and I think sometimes change takes time, and unfortunately, no one wants to hear that, but effective change does take between 3 to 5 years to effectively see it. And in the interim, you have to do something, and you do that by building relationships with communities. I think one of the greatest things we used to have was community policemen, and they came to all the neighborhood watch meetings across the spectrum, and that particular officer really got to know people in our community. So when there was a walk in the neighborhood, that officer himself or herself would go out and knock on doors, and the people would come, because it's all about a relationship. If I don't know you and don't trust you, I'm not gonna walk with you. But if we could ever I think we're getting back to it, but to be in the community and to build that relationship and trust with the people, you get more for your bang for your money, to me. And nothing can beat it. Nothing can beat building a relationship with someone. And I think when you say we can't arrest our way out of it, of course it means you don't want to have more jails in your community than you have homeowners. Out of the 23,000, a little less people that we have in Hopewell, we don't want to have 15,000 in lockup. or all the teenagers or whatever. So to avoid that, you build relationships with those kids when they're young. So when they get in adulthood, they'll be an ally and not an enemy. So I appreciate the things that you're doing, and I say keep going. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Gore and then Counselor Holloway. Excuse me, Vice Mayor Gore, then Counselor Holloway.
Hello, Chief. So, a few points. I would definitely piggyback off of what Counselor Pelham said, and you and I have had these conversations in the past. I think when we say community policing, the definition changes on who you're talking to. But from a council perspective, we've always considered community policing having that designated officer in the neighborhood. And you can see the difference when that stopped being the case. So I fully support resources bringing that back, even if some wards have to share an officer. It makes a tremendous difference. Also, as it pertains to engagement, I'm glad to see the Neighborhood Watch coming back.
Yes.
Again, that is something that council has requested in the past with former chiefs that went unresponded to, just to be frank, right? So I think it's important that when you hear concerns or ideas from council members, that you put that up there when you hear the citizens, because ultimately when the phone rings, you're getting calls, everyone's getting calls, but we're getting calls. People are gonna call us and say what's going on. We get Facebook messages. And I think people oftentimes overlook, like our voice in this, especially as representatives. So in that vein, when you start your command walks, when you talk about some of these neighborhood initiatives, like even creating more neighborhood watches, please include us at the forefront. Because as you know, I've talked to you, my grievance has been, in the past, we were not allowed to participate. When I have asked for ward meetings specifically about shootings in my ward, I was denied meetings. When we were asked to be a part of the walks and stuff, they said no counselors. They don't want to be political, but yet other activities were. In particular with the Police Advisory Council, the Police Chief Advisory Council. So I'm just saying, you in this position, now that you kind of got your feet settled, please keep us at the forefront when you come to a ward and hear our perspective.
Yes.
The other thing I'll say for council, just as a FYI, so no one's blindsided, I'm trying to finish getting my data to put into building blocks for the presentation to you all in regards to that OU about One Hopewell, but that's separate. In looking at that data, there are some things that I noticed that I wanted to circle back and ask the city attorney to help me with reviewing that information. One of the things that I wanted to look at was, obviously the chief had the hot maps, but part of our thing is to see how many times has it occurred at a particular house and looking at the nuisance laws. And we talked about this before in a prior council meeting, but it didn't get any traction. So I would like to bring that back with council after you talk to the attorney as well, and council has a chance to, look at it. But the biggest thing in regards to the arrest, I think people keep overlooking, because it's not just, it's been a consistent comment. Even at the crime meeting that we had at the community center, you can arrest all day long. It's a conviction. You can arrest them and they go back out. Why are they not staying or being convicted is the question. That's what I think we need to be looking at, because we don't want to just arrest just to be arresting people either, right? Which is one of my concerns about that ordinance I want to look at. But I just think that we need to look at the rate in which convictions are occurring, and then have a conversation when we look at the results. I don't know what those are as of yet, but I asked the city attorney's office to help look at the data that you provide me to give us a percentage and the amount of dismissals, non-prosecute, convictions. And I think that will be telling for us to sit back and look at how to potentially proceed. So I just think that, when that time comes, obviously we'll make sure you're present and a part of that discussion and get your feedback in advance before coming.
Yes, ma'am. If I could just have a point of clarification, Chair. I just want council and as well as the citizens of Hopewell to know that you have a chief that is tough on crime. And yes, I have said in And I do believe we can't arrest our way out of what we're dealing with. However, I am very, very direct with criminals need to be in jail. But I also believe that relationships are very important. And I believe as a police chief, I have to foster those relationships with citizens and people in the community. And our officers have to do the same, not just the chief. So when I say we can't arrest our way out, is we want compliance, we want people following the law, but if you break the law, then you need to be held accountable. I firmly believe that we could put officers all throughout the community, you're still going to have crime. I believe that, and research shows that. But research also shows how important relationships are and how that can bring a community together, and that becomes a force multiplier, because now people can no longer come on your street and feel comfortable doing something illegal because they know they're going to be reported. And that's what I really would like to see in our community, is our community coming together, we're trusting each other, and we're picking up the phone and we're talking and sharing information that would ultimately lead to arrest. And then hopefully people will realize Hopewell is not the place that you can get away with these activities. I just wanted to share that.
Okay. Are you finished?
Mhm.
Okay. Counselor Holloway?
I'm glad the chief clarified the information because there are many sentiments that have been expressed about we can't arrest our way out of it, and also the question for clarification in regards to Delegate Corner making those statements. As a council, I think I can safely say that we stand in that same position with the chief, that we want a city that's tough on crime, and we're standing in that position. I think that the things with ceasefire, GBI, the Bold Blue Line, is addressing the overall or the root causes of these issues. You can arrest somebody who kill somebody, but then you still have their little proteges that may not have committed a murder, but we want to put these programs in place so that they are influenced otherwise, while letting them know that if you do take the route of committing crimes, that you will be arrested, and like the representative from the Attorney General office said, and they'll make certain that they can get the maximum allowed to those persons who actually commit those crimes. But overall, you still have to address the issues of those who have been influenced by those persons who may not have committed the crime at that point. So I wanted to say that, and definitely wanted to piggyback off of what the Vice Mayor said, Chief, in regards to especially, not saying that you have not done so, but especially letting the counselors know in advance when those walkthroughs will take place in our ward. I'm very big on community and getting engaged in not just Ward 7, but in the community overall, but especially the counselors knowing when you'll be in the city so we can take part of those things.
Yes, sir. And I can do a better job of that. I am guilty of last year having some community walks and not reaching out to council to say what ward, but that is a gap we will close and do a better job of.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay. Counselor Denton?
Yes, I would just like to add to Mrs. Day's. Mrs. Day happens to be in my ward, and I feel her concern. Public safety is my number one concern for the citizens and our police officers who are out there 24/7 protecting us, doing the jobs they know best. They are the ones, that's what I'm concerned about. That's my number one concern for our city.
Thank you.
And I think to get there, we're going to make Hopewell the 15th Bold Blue Line city.
13.
We
13.
need
13.
that. And that's more,
13.
13th city?
Yes.
I was hoping it was 15. Okay, 13th city. Sorry about that. We want to make it the 13th city.
The next one.
I appreciate that. And because that's now.
Yes.
I like the ceasefire grant, but that's down the road. Bold Blue Line is now,
Yes.
and we need to have public safety
Yes.
in our city.
Yes.
Talk to the
Hope you
governor.
hear me.
Councilor Denton,
Talk to the
I
governor.
agree 100%, and I stand with you on that. I stand with you.
Talk to
So
the
we can get it next week?
Talk to the governor.
You gotta talk to the governor. It's the
Talk to the
governor.
The governor has to.
Talk to your governor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What? Sorry, I didn't hit my button.
Oh, that's okay.
Why don't we just issue a letter requesting to be added officially? We'll have every council member
That's what
sign
we were
it
talking about.
and submit it to the governor's
Earlier.
office,
And then
if
we'll,
everyone's so inclined.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I think it'd be a great idea.
Absolutely.
And then we'll send it also to our delegate and state senator and make sure that they're fighting for it as well.
Okay. Sounds like a winner.
I guess, let's see, before I say anything, Mr. Harris, did you have your light on? I thought I saw one come up over this.
Wasn't me.
Okay. Oh, Counselor Jordan, I'm sorry.
I know I've already spoken, but I just wanted to follow up. I wanted to just say that all of these crime prevention partnerships and programs it's great to see them. But I was wondering if, I think it would be useful for you to provide a little more detail to each of these and perhaps begin to follow up with us about where they are. So for instance, under the street crimes unit, you say focus on guns, gangs, narcotics, roundup operations. So how many street crimes units do you plan to implement? How many are there now?
What-
Those, I think, a little more detail without revealing any proprietary information.
I'm happy that you all are allowing me to come before you on a monthly basis, and I really believe that, meeting with council and talking to citizens on a monthly in this format, as we start to move forward, I can talk about, crimes that we've arrested and,
Yes.
I think we will get there by sharing that information monthly as we move forward to say we had 2 checkpoints or, what initiatives we did or if we executed X number of search warrants.
Yes.
I think that will come out through just reporting, just
Okay.
we doing our job and being proactive. That information will come forth.
Yeah, when are the warrant Wednesdays? Just more detail. It all looks great on paper, but, I think there just needs to be some, more substance. And you may have that, and but we just need to be made aware of that, as do the citizens. And I think it gives them confidence that, you and your team are dedicated in doing their job, which I'm sure you are, I don't doubt that. But I think it'd be great to get a little more detail so we can follow up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Counselor Holloway?
All right, so I just wanted to kind of circle back around as well. I know you have given some of the initiatives, but a lot of times, like she was saying, the citizens aren't hearing this. So can you give a little more detail about the maybe checkpoints and things of that nature that you're already putting into place for the upcoming year so that the citizens can hear it? Because as you see tonight, the expressions that one of the constituents has given is what we get in our emails, our telephone calls, and a lot of times when I'm showing up on scene for things that have happened, and the citizens come, running up saying, "Hey, we need something done now." So can you kind of express what you are able to the citizens to let them know that we actually are working on things? There are policies and procedures and things like that we have to go through.
Right.
It is not just,
Right. You have to have an approved policy. When you have a traffic checkpoint, you have to announce it to the community. There's policy and their laws, there's a way that we have to police. So we just can't go out and blindly set up wherever we want. In our policy, we have to have prescribed roads. And on those roads, they have to meet a certain criteria. They have to be in certain locations, and all of that has to be spelled out on our policy. And I will be honest with you, Councilor Holloway, we're in the process of fine-tuning that policy, because the policy that we had in our department, no checkpoints have been done. We didn't do any last year. So we have already started working on that policy. We have pulled policies from other agencies around that have done checkpoints, and we are revising our policy as we speak. But my commitment is, going forward, we are going to do more traffic checkpoints.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Okay. Counselor Gore?
I apologize. This is directed to the city manager and the city attorney. When you give us the draft letter for us to sign, if council is okay, I suggest that the three of you get together to discuss how best to give us a little bit more sensitive information, but not in a public setting.
Right.
So whether it be adding it to the closed session, because under performance of staff, we can finagle that to put him back there if council agrees. I think that, one, criminals watch these meetings too, to know what's going on.
Thank you.
Two, we had counselors in the recent past, put information on Facebook that was confidential.
Absolutely.
So we don't want to put too much stuff in writing. And so I understand, I hear that people want to hear more details from you, but at the same time, we don't want to show our hand, right? We want people to know that you're taking their feedback and you're taking action. And you want to document that with council. We want to have it documented as well. But I think that we got to parse out that information. And I think maybe if you can talk to the city attorney, city manager, develop a plan on how best, like what information we get in the back and what information we get in the front on the monthly basis, that would be helpful. But I'll defer to council if they are okay with that.
Seeing heads kind of nod north and south, I'm going to take that as consensus. All right. I'll just have a few comments, and let me ask my first question. There's been citizens that have expressed interest in knowing what like a curfew would look like if that is a potential idea to help curtail some of the activity. Can you kind of explain like what it would look like and what your recommendation is with that?
When we talk about a curfew, as a police chief, my question to council and also to the community is how do you enforce it? And what I mean is, let's say you have a group of 15-year-olds that are out in the street and the police receive a call into the communication center saying there's some kids, they appear to be underage, and police respond and they take off running. Do we chase them? And if we catch them, what do we do with them? We take them home, but if parents are not supporting the curfew and they're back out on the street again, so I think that, on the surface, it sounds like a great idea. Hey, let's just put a curfew out there and that'll get everyone off the street. I'm not sure that's the answer. I would love to hear more from council. Maybe I'm not looking at it correctly, or maybe there's a citizen that has a better idea, something that I've not thought of as a police chief. But my concern is putting a law or ordinance out there that we know we would have trouble enforcing, and I think that
We have a curfew.
creates problems itself.
Why do,
We
we do
Okay.
have a curfew, don't we?
Right.
12 o'clock,
We have a curfew.
right? But what good is a curfew when you get in shootings on Smithfield Avenue at 11 o'clock in the
In the
morning?
morning.
That's what I would say.
That part.
like I said, it's something that is expressed. People have expressed interest in a
Oh, I know,
curfew,
I know.
and-
We have
yeah.
one though for anybody that's under 18, have to be in by 12. And the history behind that curfew was that you would think parents have enough common sense to make their 12-year-old come in before 12, but that doesn't work these days either, so. But like you said, I know the curfew, you can enforce the curfew if they're under 18, but people shooting at 11 and 2 o'clock in the day, so you shut the whole town down?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Councilor Holloway?
Yeah, I was about to speak to the same thing. A lot of the crimes are happening during the daytime, and I'm not against, not so much, we have a curfew for one, is what I was about to speak to. Matter of fact, I don't know if it's still in place. At one time, it was a curfew for a little less than 18. It was
10,
like
but-
17 or 14, whatever the age was. But I've kind of polled a lot of citizens in regards to, because things seemed like it was getting bad. People were getting scared. I lost an 8-year-old in my family by shooting, gun violence, and other things throughout the city. And I was like, you know, people say, do something now, do something now. So I'm like, we call council and say, let's shut down the city and make everybody go in like we got COVID response. And then you'll have a bunch of outraged citizens who are abiding by the law, who's going to be pretty upset because they're not the people. The answer statistically is not to run around looking fear. There are other things that have been statistically proven to eliminate this crime. We can all be emotional. We can all have opinions, but statistics is what we have to look at. The law is what we have to look at, and we can put certain policies and procedures into place in our local government. However, we still are limited by the statutes that come from the federal and state government. So those things have to be considered. We can't be emotional. And as council, thank God it's 7 of us. We look out into those things and we bring these various concerns from our constituents and from ourselves. Like I said, this thing hits home. It's personal. I don't want to lose another citizen and another family member for that matter. And I think we have all voiced that same concern, that we have to do it together. We have to do it together. But we're going to show you by the stats that putting an 11 o'clock curfew or 10 o'clock curfew is not going to resolve the erroneous behaviors that's happening during the daytime. So, you know, it just takes all of us together, but I just really want everyone to hear that there are policies and procedures, there are state laws, there are state codes that we have to abide by. We can assure you that council wants safety. Neither one of us want our houses shot into. We don't want anybody around us in our city houses shot into, vehicles shot into, or any of that nature. So we're putting our best foot forward. I'm happy to say it, you know, council, we're just a couple of days into the year, but we're pressing forward to unify as a governing body to make this city the best that we can do it.
Okay. Since mentioning the idea of a curfew, a couple folks have actually just, I think, messaged Vice Mayor Gore and myself. Can you explain like what a actual curfew would look like if it was to be implemented?
Well, we would decide what age that we want the curfew to include. We would decide the parameters, you know, as a city government. You know, what time do we want that age group to be off the street? And I would talk with the city attorney. I would sit down with the city attorney and find out what it would take to draft an ordinance and how to move forward with it.
Okay.
But we would definitely need the participation of the community. We would need participation from the family. Because imagine if you have a teenager that lives at a certain address, we need the adults, responsible adults, to help us to make sure that we are, you know, keeping these kids off the street.
Okay. And then I only have one comment before we move on to the next item of business. I just want to say I'm very happy to hear about checkpoints and really glad that you guys are going to institute and do multiple of them this year. I'm also, you know, fully supportive of doing community engagement officers per the ward, and you know, if you know for some reason money is tight, I don't mind utilizing the Ward 3 city councilor, or excuse me, the Ward 3 community engagement officer to be shared with another ward. And then I do want to give, like you mentioned earlier, a plug for the Police Citizens Academy. I highly encourage folks to enroll in it. I think it's somewhere between 6 or 8 weeks, and you learn different topics of, what policing actually is. And I think you'll get a much better understanding, of how the police department actually functions, what goes into, investigating detectives, even, what it's like for a dispatcher to, receive a phone call. And you have to, calmly talk through somebody, get their information, and pass it along. Even recommend it to members on city council. I think it would be a great educational piece for each and every one of us. So I just do want to put a plug out there for that. And again, thank you for the work that you're doing, and looking forward to hopefully seeing a lot of these things come to fruition. Moving on in our agenda, we're moving down to our counselor requests. First one is, sorry?
We were just saying goodbye.
Oh, okay. First item is CR1, Counselor Pelham. Council to consider posting for the city finance director position by Hopewell City Charter, Chapter 4.
Yeah, still.
Excuse me, 6.
Oh. The only thing I would like to say is that I think that's something that we should do. Maintain what we have and continue with the audits with the current finance director, but also employ someone else to come in to assist in that entity, finance. Because we're behind, of course, in the audit, so if Mr. Cherry is going to be directed toward that all the time, I think there should be an overall employee that's in charge of finance. Right now, we contract out, and I just feel like we need a more permanent type director.
Okay. Would you be okay with Dr. Manker coming up with this proposal, so that way we actually have like what the dollar figures and everything are going to look like?
She's always the action person.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir. She's always the action person, isn't she?
Oh, sorry, Counselor Denton, you had your light on.
Briefly, I'd just like to say, I don't know that, I personally don't feel this is the time to even be thinking about that. I believe I read in one of our emails that Depot is retiring
That's why we need
as of February the 1st.
Where's the time now?
Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
He's the deputy, yeah.
Assistant deputy finance.
I know, but
Yeah.
I mean, he's losing his,
So he'll be adding one.
his-
I'm not talking about letting him
and,
go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
okay, that's it.
I'm not talking about
that's okay.
Mr. Terry leaving. I'm talking about
Counselor
adding
Pelham,
to
let's,
his.
let's let Counselor Denton, you still have the floor.
I just would like to say, I don't think this is the best time to be doing that right when we're getting the state to come in, and that we have got people leaving in that department. If it's something later on that we maybe want to look at, that's fine, but I don't think this is the time right now. That's just my personal feelings. Thank you.
Okay. All right, does anyone else have their lights on? All right, seeing none, is there a general consensus amongst council to have Dr. Manker research this proposal and bring it back to council?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I'm seeing 5 heads up and down, so okay. All right, moving on to CR number 2, Counselor Gore.
All right, so both of my requests are requests for council to support getting information. In the past, we have asked for reports to determine the amount of money that is delinquent in the city. So just to clarify, I'm asking for council to support the city manager to develop a list of revenue sources and the projected revenue funds. For example, what did the city project to be the income that we would receive for meals and sales? What did we actually obtain? What did the city project to be the Medicaid fire reimbursement program? What did we obtain? In particular, what did we project for sewer, trash fees that the city does billing for? What did we capture? And the reason why I would like to look at those, or council to look at that, is because one, I have some concerns about existing contracts that process the payments, and I don't believe that we're capturing the amount that we should and could be capturing. In particular, data integrators. In addition to that, the city manager did give council about a month ago, correct me if I'm wrong, a portion of the parties that were delinquent in their water billing. And that was a large sum of money. And so if we look at across the board where we are, I think it will allow council to really take an assessment of what we need to be looking at in terms of maybe processes, contracts, and even projections, because that's what's used to develop the budget. And then also, if what I think is happening in some areas, if that gap of money that we're not recouping is large enough, if we were to put a better system in place, then maybe in the future we won't have to do an increase because we have captured the money that we're supposed to capture this whole time. So I just think that it's a way to assess before we have to look at taxes or increases or anything like that, looking at what we do right now, cleaning that up, and then getting a better estimate. And so my request is for council support, directing city manager to work with staff to develop that list, and for it to be brought back to council for discussion. And I'm here to answer questions.
Yeah, I have no problem. That's honestly probably something that previous city manager management should have done. When instead of just continuing to project, you should actually see what your actual actuals are, because then you can make a better prediction what your revenue is going to be for the following year. So I don't have a problem supporting this request.
Thank you.
Councilor Denton and then Councilor Holloway.
Could we, I mean, the city manager, Dr. Manker, will you not be generating some of these figures as you prepare for the budget?
That's correct. Typically, not all of these requests.
Not all of them,
yes,
but most.
but some of them are generated and should be shared with the council in process of building the budget.
Okay.
Before we start, you will have an actual sheet. And Mr. Finance Director and I have already started getting some of those projections in from the Commission of Revenue and the Treasurer Department, but not all of those items are listed there at that time. So we still have some gathering of information to do.
Yeah, that'll help us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I think the thing is, it's getting a list of what the actuals were, and then that way we can see, all right, here's our actuals, here's our projected, and then what's the difference, whether it's plus or minus. That way we can do a better job with our budgeting.
Hopefully.
Councilor Holloway.
Yeah, so I was about to relaying back to Vice Mayor Gore that I mean I definitely support that. My thing or concern would be how can we implement that along with making sure that I'm going to say it task force at hand that's dealing with audits will not be pausing audits to take care of those type of situations.
Yes, so I'll try to answer the question the best I can, but I probably have to refer to Mr. Terry. But I just do want to do one point of clarification. Yes, projections are used to develop the budget.
Right.
Correct. But there have been past occurrences where a contract vendor that's in charge of billing, there was a loophole in the contract, did not require them to go after delinquent payments.
Right.
And so we were missing $800,000 a year. And so no one brought that to our attention, right? So that contract is still in place. Now, they said they have found workflows to better address it, but how many more of those are out there, right? And there's some other concerns I have regarding some other billing. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. But as it pertains to Mr. Terry, I think it depends on how the city manager and he delegate this out because, for example, the fire Medicaid and reimbursement, that's a position in the fire department that does that. And the chief should be able to speak to what he's recouping with that position that council created solely for that purpose. As for the other ones, I think that's depending on the Commissioner of Revenue's office, the Treasurer's office, and whoever is responsible for that. So, and Mr. Terry, unless I'm incorrect about it, it's going to be different people getting this information based on how you delegate it out.
Okay,
And it
then-
wouldn't necessarily stall you guys on the budget. Okay. Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's what I just wanted to make sure of, get that point of, yeah, I understand what you were talking about, because I was here at a few council meetings when y'all were talking about that specifically, so that's why I said I 100% agree on it. I just wanted to make sure while we are, because a lot of times I was seeing, and of course it was from the outside looking in, but I'm looking at all of these responsibilities or tasks given during the middle of a meeting to the finance director or what have you, whomever. And he's tasked with doing these things, and some of the departments are just failing on getting back and so forth and so on. But what I don't want to happen is the overload, and then we are neglecting those audits. And if be necessary, if there's more staff needed or other visitation to third-party contractors that may be needed in the finance director's office, for that to happen. If we got to spend money in that sector for that to happen so that things continually run smooth, I would like to see that happen.
Right, and I just like to point out that the finance department, when we're talking about the budget, the audits, and tasks, the finance department is down 4 people. It's not just the assistant finance director retiring. There are 3 other vacant positions. And so it's a lot going on, and the department is taking a lot more time. Finance have tentacles in every department. So I'm just asking for some patience with the finance department.
All right, so is there a general consensus
I have
to
a
move?
question.
Oh, okay.
At one time, the finance was all under one umbrella, wasn't it? I mean, no one's here old enough to know. But I think it was before they started delving out to different, I'm sure it's done in different ways. Have you ever explored that?
Well, I'm sorry, you mean
Like-
finance functions in different, in various departments? There are finance functions. We're talking about the core
I know, but
finance team.
is it more effective
Bring
to
them
bring
back.
it in-house under one umbrella?
That is something the finance director and myself is exploring as well, to see if we can absorb some other departments and their functions to have those functions overseen by one person.
'Cause
And
there's payroll, is payroll in police, is payroll in water, is a payroll person.
they're called payroll, but the function of the payroll person, there is a master payroll person
I
in
understand.
finance. That person is the person that develops payroll for everyone, tax purposes, W-2s, those items. The payroll person in every department is just responsible for getting the time into the system on behalf of the department. So it's not necessarily a payroll person, it's an administrative person that is performing a payroll function.
They do all personnel.
So they do personnel, data entry, those things of that nature.
They do a
We
little
call
bit of
those
human
administrative
resources.
services support.
But there are other fiscal duties outside the finance
In
department.
the enterprise fund,
Yes.
in those departments that have enterprise funds, yes, there are accountants in other departments such as water.
Full-time job,
I'm sorry,
full-time position.
full-time positions, yes,
With full-time jobs.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mm.
So
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why we need a director. because then he gotta stop and oversee all that and stop doing the audit, to take a pause and do all this, what we're requesting right now, is gonna be a reason that the audit's gonna fall further behind. That's just my take on it. I just hope we have do something before the new fiscal year come in.
So is there a general consensus to allow the city manager to move forward with CR2 and then to email that information out to us?
CR2, you talking about?
Yeah, the request.
Yeah.
Progressive revenue source projections.
Okay, so I'm seeing
Yes.
two
Absolutely.
heads. All right, I'm three.
Yes.
Okay, four.
Is there a time frame you expect this information by?
For me, I would just say reasonable. You know, I know you have this stuff for your budget, so just reasonable.
Okay.
That's
Yeah. Okay. All right, and then last request, 13 minutes.
Oh, okay, fine. I was gonna jump on that finance thing. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll give you a break. Request city manager to provide options for city council to bring sewer and trash billing in-house. Council has requested this for years.
I was saying I can even save you a little bit of time on this one. That's actually going to be on our agenda in 2 weeks.
To bring back the options?
Yeah, to bring back what plan's going to look like for it.
Okay, fine. Well, then I'll use the rest of my time to go back to Ms. Pelham's question. Can we, can we go back to CR1?
I mean, I was even going to try to give you all closing
No,
comments.
just for CR1, when she
that's
talked
right,
about the
please.
finance position and you're gonna bring back information. I think part of the problem that we are seeing, especially if people read the audits, the enterprise funds are the ones that give us the most problems. And if you have fiscal functions outside the finance department, and even this last 19 audit, wastewater was holding that up with getting their stuff together. Can you come back with adding to your request for the finance position to show us like what you guys are proposing to consolidate that? Because there has to be oversight. And Mr. Terry cannot be sitting here fighting with people to get the information into him after he's come to council and proposed a date. Come to find out they holding him back. Because now we're gonna yell at Mr. Terry, and he's been the brunt of my yelling for the last 2 years regarding the audits. But now we're having more information about what's the holdup. It's not fair to him. And so I would like to see, especially those critical things, if council's okay, to see them be proposed with what Ms. Pelham asked for in terms of at least identifying them and what you guys initially are thinking. Is that okay?
Sure, Vice Mayor.
I mean, I'm asking council. I'm asking council.
Well,
I'm fine with that.
I know we try to back
Mr.
you
Mayor,
up.
can I say, Ms. Thompson, it's finally coming back, right? We finally getting your water request, coming back finally, after 2 years.
You're not- it's-
All right, Councilwoman.
Yeah, in regards to this, can we incorporate maybe what the former counselor Randolph was trying to do to break out, not only bringing the billing into the city, but breaking out what the amounts were, some of the fees that were being charged to the citizens? She called for a special meeting.
That was on the trash
And she
contract,
said-
right?
That was
Yeah.
on the trash, but
Yeah, that
the-
was on.
the
yeah, so
trash
Yes, that was on
contract.
the trash piece itself. But,
But-
I mean, if you'd like, we can
Keep
make,
that theme
I
going.
think we
Yeah.
need to.
we can make a work session on that.
Okay, because I
Um,
think we need to step up for our citizens on this.
So you're saying with when you're, just for clarification, with the sewer billing thing, you're saying to break out the fees that the contractor we
The
currently have
refuse,
is.
The sewer bill is,
Do you understand?
Well, that's
I
what we would
understand,
Hold on,
but I
hold on,
think
hold on,
C2
everybody.
can be an entire work session.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
altogether.
say. I think the best way to go about doing this is let's present, what the city manager's plan is to bring, just the billing itself all in-house. And then we can either endorse it, make, recommendations, changes to it, tell it to go back, bring it back to us. But the trash piece itself, I think that needs to be a separate work session because you're dealing specifically with rates. The other part, we're not dealing with rates. We're just dealing with
Yeah.
trying to bring stuff in-house.
I just, but I just want the two to kind of go together. But
Yeah.
that's okay. I'll
Sure.
do them separately.
Yeah.
Can you
But we
clarify?
need to hear both sides.
I
of it.
understand.
Okay.
I just want to make you guys aware because I hear work sessions. We have 2 special meetings with the compliance auditors.
Yes.
That's filling up the month in addition to our regular meetings. And then February, March, and April, those are heavy months for us because of budgets, and we're here all the time, multiple days throughout so, if we can get multiple things into one special meeting or one work session, that would be better.
I wasn't
My mic
requesting
is
a
on.
work session.
Yeah.
I just want the data.
So, I mean, I've been taking the notes on the requests and the work sessions, and when we have our, next meeting, we can go through and start, lining out dates for them. And then we'll publish it in our consent agenda so everyone knows when a work session on a specific topic is coming up.
But what work session are you counting? Because I didn't ask for
So
work
we're-
session. I think did you ask for work
Yeah,
session?
so like
Yeah,
the trash billing.
Oh.
Yeah, and then
Break
there's
out those
yeah.
fees.
And then
so
the one for
people
loitering.
understand
Right,
That's
the
it.
where
one
those-
loitering, and then there's a couple from December.
Okay.
I've had this light on for the last 3 minutes, Sir Mayor.
Just hold on. All right, Counselor Holloway and then Counselor Pelham.
No, I was just showing him something.
Okay.
Yeah. Respectfully, I don't have a clue what Councilor Denton is talking about. I heard the word villain, it sounded like, and then y'all went into a rant back and forth, and there's 3 new councilors on here, and we don't have a clue what y'all talking about. So can you bring a point of clarification as to what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Because I
so-
heard work session, you jumped
so-
into that, and what
So
Councilor
what we
Randolph
said
did.
here on CR3 was a request for bringing billing in-house. So
Right.
that's going to be on our next agenda in 2 weeks.
Correct, got
That the
that.
city manager is going to present to us. Counselor Denton asked if we could include in that discussion a breakdown of the trash rates. Dr. Manker and myself both agree that that needs to be a separate work session that we delve into because we're dealing with actual rates
Okay.
and contracts.
I got you now, because when you said
Yeah.
what Councilor Randolph
Yeah.
did, and I got lost at that point because I don't know what she said.
All right, we got 7 minutes. We're going to do closing comments, and we're going to start with Counselor Joyner.
All right. Well, this has been my first meeting, first regular meeting, and I'm looking forward to accomplishing great things for the citizens of the city. It is my honor to be serving the citizens of Ward 1, and I will do my best to be a great city councilor, do my best. And I look forward to working with all all of my colleagues here.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harris?
How many minutes did you say I had?
Well, hopefully one per
We got
person.
6 minutes on the total clock.
We got 6 to go.
We got 6 minutes for everybody?
Yes.
You can do it.
Okay, well, look, I am looking forward to working more with this council in regards to what it is that we have to do in the city to improve whatever it is that's going on here. And I'm not gonna say too much because I need about at least 12 minutes for my introduction, so. But anyway, yes, I think that we can go make great strides. That's all I have to say.
Okay. All
Uh,
right.
just go, just to make it easy.
Okay, we can do that.
So I'll just say, last year kind of held on some projects. I'm excited to actually have a chance to get them discussed this year. Only thing I want to share right now is the workforce office just was relocated from Petersburg. I served as chair for the Creative Workforce Region. It is now right beside the Fort Lee Credit Union in a beautiful office space. So if you have ideas or if you have needs regarding training and finding unemployment benefits or even employment opportunities, please let me know and we'll make sure that you guys are aware of that. Also, the Veterans Office is extending its operations to provide more support for veterans needing services. If you're interested in that, please let me know and I'll share the information to you.
All right, Counselor Holloway?
Oh, y'all skipped everybody.
Well, no, then we're going to work it back this way.
Oh, okay. Well, again, same sentiments as Councilor Joyner and Councilor Harris. Definitely looking forward to working with my peers on City Council. Excited to serve the citizens of my ward and the citizens as we may throughout the entire city of Hopewell. Hopewell Strong is what I'm believing for in the next 4 years. Hopewell Strong. I think we can do it and work together, pull together, and I think we're going to a good strides.
Counselor Pellin?
All right, I like one Hopewell, strong Hopewell.
Yes.
I look forward to working with everyone, old and new and in between. And so, but anyway, it's been great thus far, this whole one meeting, so let's look forward to better and bigger things. Thank you for leadership.
We've had 3, 1 regular.
Amen. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Counselor Denton?
I look forward to working with everybody. We had a good meeting tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Bard. I have to get used to that, but we did have a good meeting, and I think we have accomplished some things. And I think with what I know for the future, with Mr. Terry's help and getting these annual reports done with some help from the state, this is gonna be a fantastic year, right, Mr. Terry?
Yes.
We're gonna do it, right?
Mr. Terry, yes.
Okay, thank you for all your hard work.
All right, and I also want to echo the same sentiments of my fellow city councilors. Also want to congratulate Vice Mayor Gore, and I'm very excited for this year. I think we're going to get some good things done. I was very happy how our meeting went. We're going to finish early and looking really forward to 2023 being a great year. And with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Meeting is over with. 2 minutes to spare.
Oh, great job.
Oh, he's gonna do this every single
I am. I love it. Listen,
every time.
We are going to compete with Prince George County on getting these meetings done quickly.
Well, I don't know. They have like everybody has the same views.
I think we're going to get it down to 1 hour. Probably not. But you know what? As long as we finish with the 3 hours.
Yeah, I cut 9 off.